Alright. I've been putting this off. Time to do it, I guess. Okay. T255, that's good. B6A, not so good. But I can use that as fuel transporting. Like I'm gonna have to stop by this fuel station a lot. Hell yeah. Already getting a bit of a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. It'd probably be smartest for me to unlock that garage in the lower right and get all the watch points. Not that either of those things are required. It's just going to make this a lot easier. Just being able to see the map and plan out there. Not SnowRunner. Can't change gears by using left bumper. Right through here, huh? Good. What's blocking me? Okay, this is not the way to go. Fantastic. What? Why did it move my winch? I have to get through there somehow. Not sure how to do that. God damn it. Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah, that's like the worst fuel station. All the way on the opposite edges and corner of basically where everything actually is. Oh boy. Um, Gotta get it there. So, some things have happened in my personal life, and really stressing about it. God, I wish there was a place to work around here. Um, I have a supposed deadline, and I have no idea who said it because I did not ask. But supposedly, I'm supposed to be off this property at the beginning of next year at some point. So less than 3 months. Thing is the trailer I'm supposed to move into does not have the necessary room or electricity requirements that I need for it to be livable and functional, right? I have a bunch of stuff that needs to remain in a place that doesn't freeze. And it freezes where I live. It freezes over the winter. There is snow on the ground, right? I've got a bunch of like computers and stuff with LCD screens, right? Freezing temperatures can break LCD screens, as well as other things like compressors. It absolutely kills battery life. So anything with a battery has to be maintained in non-freezing temperatures, which means that game systems since the early 2000s and modern game systems, as well as computers, need to be maintained in places above freezing as well. Because otherwise, and the games themselves, especially battery-backed cartridges. Which means that the trailer is going to need room expansion added on. The problem is the first step of getting that trailer to becoming a livable space hasn't even been accomplished yet. And that's getting, a septic tank ready. Well, a couple months ago, July, when we got the last of our stuff from California, um, I saw a couple of boxes that I needed to repack. I could not leave them in the trailer and as is. And my stepdad literally physically stepped in my way and threw a big old pissy fit about me taking stuff back to the property that I'm in now that I need to move out of. Right? That stuff was stuff that needed to be repacked. You can't stack stuff on top of it. One of them didn't have a top on it, which means that dust gets in and just settles and everything on the stuff. It was previously covered with a tarp, but it's not covered with a tarp now. I've already repacked it, but my point is I had to take a couple boxes out of there, and he physically stepped in my way to try to stop me from taking my own things and resorting them in a way to protect my own things. Now, I also, one of the things during that exchange, or part of the reason that he was doing it was he doesn't want to move stuff back and forth. Like, he doesn't want to move stuff back here to where I'm at now because he's just going to have to move it back there to the the new trailer and the semi trailer area, like his properties. And I'm like, well, you think you can have the trailer like fully fixed up and set up and the extra room built before or within a couple months? And he's like, yeah, probably. A couple months was 9 days ago. And he hasn't gotten the first thing done yet. Like, he hasn't even pulled. We don't even know if the septic tank is going to be viable yet. He hasn't even fully uncovered it yet to be inspected. The inspector hasn't even come out to check, to inspect the septic tank to see if it's even going to be viable. Like, that's step one. The water needs to be hooked up. The electricity needs to be hooked up. He's going to install a toilet. Okay, that hasn't been finished yet. I still can't take proper showers. He's been like he is doing a lot of stuff. Don't get me wrong. But certain stuff needs to be completed before I even set foot there to live there. You know what I mean? Like, I am not going to have a spot to be able to do, well, this stream, to be on my computer, to move around in the trailer, and, have a spot for my dog. Right? That's not going to be able to happen if we don't build that room. I'm not going to be able to live there if we don't build that room. And on top of that, I need more electricity. What's the word? We haven't even he hasn't even checked the breaker yet. I haven't been able to check the breaker either for the trailer. If it's a 50 amp trailer, it sucks, but it's doable. If it's a 30 amp trailer, I can't do that. Electricity is going to have to be expanded before that, before I live in that trailer at that point. Because I'm not going to be able to say, be on my computer and or game system, heat my place, and cook food at the same time. In fact, if I have to use the microwave in a 30 amp trailer, I have to shut down more than just every heater in the place. I actually have to turn off either my computer or my game system as well. Because even those cheapo microwaves, you want to run those on a 20 amp breaker. A standard outlet is usually a 15 amp breaker. You know what I mean? It just there's so many things that disable me from reliably living in a place like that unless certain adjustments are made first. It needs to happen. If I'm to be over there, it needs to happen, and it needs to happen before I'm over there. Okay, I did set waypoints. I wasn't sure I set waypoints. And not only that, being able to plug things in different locations. It, yeah, I'm going to need more than 2 circuits, like 2 different breakers to, adjust and be able to plug things in different locations. We haven't even mapped out the electricity yet. I don't even know if it's properly set up, like grounded. Yeah, if you run a computer on a non-grounded outlet, you run the risk of ruining your freaking computer. Like what happened to my mom's computer. It's not a good thing when you reach behind the computer and you touch the back of the metal case and you feel electricity going through your fingers. But that's what that computer did. And I haven't even cleaned the place either. Now, here's another thing to take in. Oh. There's a body of water here. Here's another thing to take into account. I just completely blanked on it because that body of water distracted me. Yeah. Electrical versatility. That's the thing I was trying to remember earlier. Electrical versatility. Being able to hook up what you want wherever you want. Like the goal isn't to use more electricity, even though I'm probably going to need more than whatever the trailer breaker has at various times. Especially if it's a 30. Like, I need more than 30 amps of it. But being able to plug different things into different circuits and not have like everything go off of a couple of circuits and the trailer's electrical system is pretty fucking important, actually. You don't want to run anything with a compressor, say like a refrigerator, on the same circuit as other. That's another thing. Okay? That's another thing. Other things like the lights and the refrigerator is going to be going off the trailer circuits. Again, if it's a 30 amp trailer, that goes off those 30 amps. Right? The things that I'm using, cooking, computer, game system, heating, I'm not even taking into account things like refrigerators and the lighting. A 30 amp breaker is just not going to be viable, period. The electricity will need to be expanded if it's a 30 amp breaker. Drive over these, please? Guess not. I have to go around again. Just hoping I don't flip and have to start over. And the extra room that's not taking it's not taking into account, or without it, not only would I have to move all these whole bunch of computers and video game stuff and movies and various electronics that are vulnerable and other media and stuff like that, but it's not taking into account the room I need to be able to use said devices. It's not taking into account putting away stuff like office supplies, right? Various supplies, trash bags. Not taking into account storage for food. It's not taking into account um, room to exercise, because I have a couple of Bowflex dumbbells and I need to start exercising again. I just don't have the ability to right now, time wise. Should automatically give me the other two vehicles. Because there are 4 vehicle spawns on this map. Oh fuck! I forgot one of them had to be the K700. C4320, if I remember right, that's gonna be useless. So I'm gonna need to do 4 log trips. With the C255. Last time, last time I took this path right here, and it was a nightmare. So I need to not take that path this time. You know, there's some roads right here. I wonder if I can off-road the truck a little bit through here, right? Bring it through here and through the 2 block posts, and then drive down this way. Maybe this isn't such a useless log kiosk after all. Okay. So I may not need this garage at all. If I just do everything in this log kiosk. Problem is I got 4 trips, or 5 trips. 4 trips to the garage. And I'm going to have to bring the 469 back up here first in order to test to see if this path is a viable one. So I'd have to get everything to the garage, refit them, repair them. Okay, maybe this fuel station's not useless. Get several things to the log kiosk. Path would have to go through the water, up to the top. Oh no, up here, through here, around here, back across the water, and then to here, and then either up or down depending on the lumber mill destination. I suppose if I need to go to the top one, I can take that path instead. Also the one here at the top that's a little longer if this is particularly troublesome and treacherous. Yeah, but I am definitely not taking this path down here again. That was a fucking nightmare. Okay, so I need to get close to those other 2 trucks. So I can activate them. So basically what I should do with the B6A... Do I even need the B6A? I think the only thing I need is the C255. I was gonna get like a fuel line set up, but if I take the C255, up through here, I just drive up. I just drive up here, fuel up, turn around, load up, transport down here, fuel up, visit the lumber mill, fuel up, drive back here, fuel up, load log, and I just keep doing round trips of that. Okay, C255 and K700. I will need the K700. I think I've got this. But I do need to get down there. This is almost guaranteed to be the only stream for today because of just how long this is all going to take. But yeah, I'm not postponing stuff anymore. The very fact that I'm even doing this one-star hardcore MudRunner run is proof of that, because I had rolled my randomizer to select a game for me to stream a couple days ago, and it was this, right? This map, one-star hardcore. And I put it off to, play something else. Which, coincidentally, if I remember right, ended up being SnowRunner, so it still ended up being a Spin Tires game. But, yeah, I made the executive decision to bite the bullet and get this map done. And when this map is done, there will be 8 more maps left to do one-star hardcore. Knocking it out, man. Knocking this game out. Any luck, there's not going to be much more than 8 streams of this remaining. A couple of them are almost certainly going to be like more than 5 hours to complete a map. Just because of the way some of the maps are designed and because of hardcore. Some of them are probably going to take multiple attempts. Deluge, for example. Getting a scout across the water is a goddamn nightmare. I'm not even sure what the best scout to use is for that. And I'm going to be delving into my other projects very shortly. Well, today, after I stream later today, there's something very important I need to do in regards to prolonging the existence of some of the computers. And that is, I need to make Windows 10 repair drives. If something happens to a Windows 10 computer, I need to be able to fix it. Because in about a week, or less than a week, there's going to be no more installations of Windows 10 anymore. And it's not going to be possible to do that because Microsoft is going to be taking those servers down. I just realized I never stopped at the fuel station to fuel up the add-on for the A469. I only have repair points. In SnowRunner, when you attach a fuel add-on, you can use those locations as fuel stations. You can take a truck out of the garage with a fuel add-on and fuel up other trucks around it, or you can stop at a trailer store, temporarily purchase a trailer, and use that to fuel up your trucks. But in this, if you add an add-on, it does not come pre-fueled. And there's usually like a 200-liter limit on the larger trucks' gas tanks when you stop at your garages. Okay, so first things first. You can take this, get it repaired at the garage. And then I need to take it to the log kiosk. Yeah, I am not taking this down path. I will go up here and around here and drive all the way down to this lumber mill with the logs before I try this path on hardcore. So I'm hoping this middle path will work. Started with 200 fuel. Oh, that's right. Now I remember. There's another thing about the trailer that I remember I was going to bring up. We don't even know if the septic is going to be viable. An entirely different septic might need to be placed into the ground before I even move in. Like, before we start getting all that other shit figured out. was wondering if that would hinder me from driving somewhere. Oh my god, I didn't realize the snorkel on this thing was so freaking, like, tall. If by the mirror, it goes over the roof. Drive over here and turn around to the best of our ability here. It's pretty friggin' windy today. We'll take this path. And we'll fuel up. Because we're going to have to do more loads of putting shit. Wait, what if the C4 320 or whatever the fuck it is, what if it has a crane loader? You know what? I'll take the K700 there just in case. But if it has a crane loader, I'm gonna use that instead of the K700. I'm just gonna go ahead and preemptively get the K700 there just in case. I really want to be working on stuff right now. At the same time, if I, shirk this and go start working on stuff, I'm just going to be like, I want to get that done. So, I can never win. I can never win in that regard. Anytime I'm working on getting something done, I want to be getting something else done. I can never fucking win. So basically in the near future, yeah, it just turned into a rear-wheel drive. I need to bring it down here, here, here. Guess I can park it right in the center. What? Oh! This is why the camera, or this is why the compass should be aligned with the camera and not the truck. I thought it was going completely the opposite way. The front of the truck is currently pointed towards the camera. So the compass is currently pointed completely 180 degrees away from the waypoint. Even though that's literally not where I'm headed. I'm headed towards the waypoint. Bad game design. Do this backwards is a little troublesome. Okay. So before I take anything else up there, I want to take the A469 and see how viable that path is. Ready yet? you not fill up the roof rack? Why can you not fill up the roof rack? Yeah, why can you not, like, put gas in the roof rack from a fuel tank? It's so dumb. uh, okay. Alright. Let's go test this path. In order for my dumb plan to even work, this path has to be viable. I gonna have to sit and wait? I am, aren't I? Wait, no, I don't have to sit and wait. I can work on getting one of the other trucks back to the garage to refit. I want to play Cyberpunk. I want to play many other things than this. Okay. When it gets light again, I'm going to go through and try this path. I'm going west, so this is the turnoff. Yeah. I see, says the blind man. That is certainly a path. Okay. Oh, it's this truck. Oh no, we're good. We're good. Both C255 and the C4320 are good trucks. I'm just not sure which one is better. For going through this mess. we're still going to need to drive this to the garage because I need to refit it. Can't carry logs in the maintenance trailer. I'm going to outfit this with a crane. And I'm going to outfit the other truck for medium logs. Oh. Boom. 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 I can take this, I can drive this until the lights come back on. Actually, I'll probably be able to get the other truck up there too. I just don't want to go through that location the first time with it being dark. Because it makes it harder to remember the location. I don't know why. If I remember right, the C255 has a way to just use the truck for nothing but a crane. I think. There's a crane mount for the front of this vehicle. Dip into the water. To the right here. Not quite as deep as the part where the road is. Oh. Okay, well. And I'm also going to have to get fuel in this bitch. Not actually going to be taking short logs. I am literally just using this truck as a crane to load the other truck. It is vastly more useful than the K700. Wait, I can use differential lock and all-wheel drive. I just have to be wary of my gas after I visit the fuel station. Hour and a half in. Oh yeah, this is basically a guarantee at this point. That this is going to be the only stream today. Get up to the fuel station, turn around and park, and I'm going to check the viability. Of path that I'm hoping to take. You know, I like that this map is called Seashore, and you really don't see the seashore in it at all. Let's see how this works here. See just how viable this is. Okay, so right here. Okay. Drive down here. We try to not go too far to the right with the long logs. And drive up here, avoid this rock. Some rocks. Is this just an easy workable path? I mean, you know, a little bumpy because of the rocks, but just easy and workable otherwise. Because it certainly looks that way. Yeah. Just drive across and are basically home free. That was not handbrake. Okay, cool. Now we just need to refit this one. So there's something else I'm going to be working on pretty soon. Like I've already started. I've already done it a little bit, but I'm going to start a video game database timeline. Basically, the timeline is going to come first, and the franchise of game is going to come second. So what we're going to get is like an intermingled timeline of different things. Like everything that happened in 2001 across all franchises is going to be shown at the same point in time, right? Like what year did Halo 3 take place? Okay. What year did some of the events in Cyberpunk take place? And I'm not talking about 2077. I'm talking about like the notes. What time did like what was the date that Johnny took down that Arasaka building? For example. Like it's gonna have a timeline like that where you could just jump across franchises. If I remember right, the Phoenix Wright series also has an interesting timeline too, because they have a massive fuck ton of dates. They were pretty diligent in saying, you know, all of this happened within this year, you know, this date, you know, this date. They didn't mention the year except for like once or twice, and then using that you can basically uh, divulge into the other dates around it in relation to that date. And you can pretty much figure out the dates of just about every event in that entire. Every time you stop and it, the typewriter noise, and it tells you like the date and time. Like that's how involved the Phoenix Wright series is. And it's also interesting, such as, you know, well, I haven't actually divulged into it to see why they're in the same place, but the Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton series, or I should say, the Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. And I don't know why they're in the same series. I don't know if they're in the same universe or not. Because Professor Layton is more like kind of mid 19th century England with like fantastical steampunk stuff. And then in the Phoenix Wright series, it's like futuristic stuff, especially if you jump into areas like Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth and Apollo Justice, if you go a little bit further in the future. So if you go and you start with something like that, get like a full-fledged order of events, and then you intermingle a bunch of other things from other games, it could be pretty freaking, like the Resident Evil series, right? Because there's a lot of notes in that series that tell dates of events as well. Okay, Fallout, there we go. There's tons of dates in Fallout, and all the different lore and books and computer terminals and stuff like that. Tons of lore, tons of dates, tons of events. One that would be especially hard to do, though, would be Elder Scrolls. And the reason for that is I think they don't have a 12-month system. Right? They don't have January, February. It's either they don't have 12 months, they don't have 7 days a week. It's something like that. We're not going to bother with the crane. Yeah. This is what we're going to take. Now the other truck has more fuel. But I don't know if it's better equipped to handle off-road. This truck might be more powerful. But because of its like clearly smaller fuel tank, I'm going to have to hit the fuel station on every half trip. Drop down here. Drive here. Up here. Up here. Hit this place. That's right, we still have to get the other truck down to the logging station, and we have to move the K700 out of the way too. Why don't I go ahead and do that? And this truck can get right the hell out of the way. I don't need this truck anymore. Actually, come to think of it, this truck might be a better log truck. By using a medium log cart, it might be a better log truck than the other truck. Oh my God, I forgot about that. I need to remember in the future to just equip a different truck with the crane and refit the K700 to pull a trailer. Pretty sure the K700 is better at getting from place to place than everything else. In fact, now that I've remembered that, I think I kind of want to use the K700 as the main vehicle for this. Because of all the swampiness coming up, it's like the only thing that's going to have the ability to get through everything at a decent pace. Yeah, like look at the size of the tires. There's no icy roads that we have to worry about in MudRunner, so it's just those tires are just going to tear through it. Oh. I just screwed up my way. Whatever. Whatever, it's fine, it's fine. I'll probably want to actually go around the bridge, uh, pulling the cart with the K700 though. So normally, we would come into this area. And we pull up near the K700. We don't need to do that now. Now we just need to pull up by this truck. You need to get this vehicle out of path. Oh, I bet your Earthbound's got a date or two. Hell, even if it just at least has the year, that would qualify for it to being on the timeline. Okay, so so we need to take this back to the garage and refit it. Sucks a little bit because we're gonna have to take it to get refueled again, but you know, whatever we got to do to make this entire thing easier and quicker. Yeah, this is gonna have a much easier time with those rocks next to the mountain area, and it's gonna be a little less easy to flip the vehicle as well. I've only ever flipped this once. Oh, uh, I wasn't. I didn't set waypoints, and I wasn't watching where I was going. I didn't plan ahead. I just started driving, and I just happened to be going the right way. Yeah, we're almost down to 200 fuel. We're gonna go refuel. We're gonna have to refuel every half trip with this thing because it is so fuel hungry. Oh man, I just realized I'm gonna have to look online for a bunch of old video game manuals, like NES manuals and shit like that, because a lot of game stories, especially on retro games, older games, the story and information about when it takes place is in the manuals and not in the game at all. Yeah, this thing is so fuel hungry, it's entirely possible that I'm actually going to need the B6A. Somehow I'm going to have to get that to a fuel station and put that somewhere in the middle of the path. Yeah, I've got the two other trucks and I've got the A469. So I should be able to tow it, to winch it if I need to. And I need to hug the left side. Front-wheel drive, turning off all-wheel drive is it makes it a little bit tighter of a turn. Front-wheel drive is like the only types of vehicles where that makes turning better. Turning off all-wheel drive. And without all-wheel drive on, fuel consumption has been more than halved. All-wheel drive on this thing it makes it extraordinarily thirsty. Yeah, this is so much better. Oh my god, fuck the K700 when it comes to loading logs. My god, look how easy that was. Okay, so I always have to swing this around the back of the truck. How is that changing the truck? Okay. So we've got our first load of logs. All right. Yeah, it seems to me like I'm going to have to employ the B6A. There's limit the fuel already. That's just coming back from the fuel station. So we're 2 hours in, and we're finally starting to take our first load of logs. I think this is the deeper one. No, the first one was the deeper one. Okay. Oh, it just goes like straight into this. Wow, okay. I'm less than 200 liters. And I went from there to there. Well, let's see if I can even make it to the fuel station. Yeah, this level of fuel efficiency is pretty much cementing the need for an additional mobile fuel station. Basically, the station should be around this middle island area. Forgot to take it slowly around that corner. There is a big old rock here that I need to avoid, though. There it is. Smaller rocks that are much less of an issue. 113. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I do not trust it. I'm going to see if I can get the B6A to the K700. I'm going to pop the fuel in there, and I'm going to use the K700 to tow the B6A. To the fuel station. Refill the B6A, go deliver my load, and tow the B6A with itself and the tank refueled back to the center area. I 100% do not trust the B6A or the K700 to get to the fuel station without running out of fuel first. It's just too fuel inefficient for that. So, it's a mental note for the future for the other 8 maps that I have to get a mobile fuel station for the K700. Put it in between the routes. You're fucking joking. Alright, B6A is lost. Never mind. Come on, change the fucking gear. God damn. Okay, this is now the mobile fuel station. We're gonna go refit it. And we're gonna go hit the fuel station and then drive down there, not the other way around. Yeah, I'm not playing around with this. I have to. I have to make sure the K700 can deliver those fucking logs. Is actually another path to the fuel station. That's good. Which actually might be a better path. Better, faster path. $1,200 liters, 340. We might only need the fuel cistern. You know what? We'll probably need more than 1,200 actually. Okay. So we'll do the trailer. Do the trailer. Put that up there for no reason. Put the repair points up there. And we'll also put this up here for no reason. Well, I'm glad I recognized that message there. Well, there's the seashore, even though you don't really see much of the shore or the sea. Go fuel up the truck, fuel up the trailer, drive down to the K700, fuel that bitch up, park the 4320 in a more tactical location. what? There's other events that could take place that I could document, such as the year of vehicle was released in SnowRunner. I know a lot of the trucks in SnowRunner and MudRunner and Spin Tires were modeled after real vehicles. Okay, this camera thing is really annoying. I'm still trying to turn around. Okay. Go back to the garage and work our way from there. I do have a question. Why do I need this fuel exhaust thing on the very, very front of my truck when the fuel thing is attached only via ball joint on the trailer? How does that little exhaust, fuel exhaust in the very front? Oh, you know what? I think I understand. Sometimes something can happen and the exhaust will spit out fire. Like you've seen a couple videos of that of various cars, especially like muscle cars and stuff, spewing out fire out of their exhaust. So they move the exhaust up front so they're not spitting fire at the fucking fuel tanks. That's my guess. That is my guess. I don't know for certain, but that is my analysis of that. It's such a weird fucking place for the exhaust too. Right under the engine. Yeah, that's for the engine. The smoke coming out the front left. Basically, if you are driving fuel around, never ever lower the driver's side window. Look how close that is. Never ever lower the driver's side window. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. And you can't point it towards the right side because if you're, the driver's side of the vehicle is on the left of the vehicle. If you point it towards the right, you're driving on the right side of the road, so you're spewing that exhaust at all the pedestrians walking on the sidewalks. Oh man. Yeah, that blows. Oh, Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger would be a good one for the video game timeline. don't think there's any dates in MudRunner. I could be wrong though. I'd have to read all the text, like on the trials, challenges, whatever. And the map text as well. It would have to be after the Hummer was released. Yeah, what's the I guess the big question is, when was the most recent vehicle released? SnowRunner's got a lot of text. Every vehicle has its own bio. And I think every region does too. Oh God. I'm going to have to play through all of SnowRunner again. Just for that. Just for the timeline. I just realized every single mission has beginning and end text. If there's a date in any of that, it's gonna end up on the timeline. Oh my God, I have to do all of SnowRunner again. And I'm not even, like, even close to a quarter way done with SnowRunner. Because I still have 15 seasons of DLC to go through, and 4 upcoming seasons that I haven't even bought the pass for yet. Oh my God, this shit's crazy. I think I know where to put this truck now. I think I know where to park it. I'm going to park this, after I refuel the K700, I'm going to park this at the entrance to the shortcut pass that allows me to bypass the block posts. That seems to be a real good spot to refuel. Not what I meant to do, and I forgot I can't put fuel in the roof rack. I just did that without thinking, practically. My thought was, well, if I put fuel in the A469, I could use that as a quick emergency refueling vehicle. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. We're good, we're good. So I just now need to park this at the tactical spot. Is past block post, around turn and bridge. Right at the point where I cross the water to, or right after the point where I cross the water to go through the shortcut. I don't like where that trailer is. That's wide enough for me to get through. And it's close enough for the road for me to stop by the trailer on the way back as well. This should be a good spot. Okay. We're gonna stop by the fuel station. Boom. 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 Before, I was really conserving fuel by keeping all-wheel drive off. But now that we have a fuel tank truck, like about midway back and forth for travels, we'll only need to turn all-wheel drive off on the asphalt. If this was a normal stream, or I should say a standard length stream, this is about, like, this is around the time where I would actually be stopping streaming. Got corn on the brain. Specifically the album Issues. I don't even need to, like with the K700, because the wheels are so big, and because of the giant ass snorkel, I don't really need to avoid the water all that much. Like I can, just to give it a little more grip in the mud instead of the water. But it's not like necessary, you know what I mean? The likelihood that this thing actually gets stuck is extraordinarily low. Let me show you. Right? It's not even that much deeper in here. It's not even really slowing down. Uphill, it slows down a little bit, but, you know, it's uphill, so everything slows down a little bit. But my point is that a little water isn't really going to slow this down much. I just have to watch out for, you know, spots that are going uphill, saving fuel on asphalt, and spots where this thing could tip, or the logs could tip. Which that's a little close, but you know. It is MudRunner. The halfway point on fuel is 150 plus 20, so 170. 170 fuel is halfway. If I get down to 170, and I still have more than halfway to go to a fuel location between points, that's a big friggin' problem. Stop back at the fuel station. Right, because we want to take as little as fuel as possible on each trip back and forth. Between the kiosk and the lumber mills. I guess I don't need to go through here every time. I can go through here. That'd probably be faster. I'm gonna hit up the 4320. Actually, wait a minute. If I go through here, then I can go to the fuel station quicker instead of making the trip to the fuel station longer. And then I can come back the other way. Yeah. Yeah. Fuel station. Come back here. And then back at the logging location. Go up here. Here. Oh, okay. Okay, round trip number 2. Tell you what. If it doesn't take long, if it doesn't take very long after 3 hours, you know what? I better not, because it's always a gamble. I was gonna say I'd just do an indie game, but those are sketchy. Those are sketchy when it comes to doing them within a reasonable time. Some are super short, like less than 10 minutes. But you never know with indie games. Or you never know when jumping into any indie game. But especially indie games, you never know how long it's going to take to complete it. Because again, it could be less than 10 minutes. It could be something that takes 10 hours. At the fuel station? Here we are. Yeah, but if you want to help me out, I know that you're seeing this on YouTube. It'll be like way later from when all this stuff is occurring, you know, involving fixing up a place for me to live and all that. If you want to help me out, which would help this channel, I do have at least one donation link in the description of the video. And yeah, I've got a Patreon set up basically. I'm currently in the middle of setting up a Buy Me a Coffee, but I don't know, that one is having some substantial issues, required me to do a Google Authenticator on my phone or something like that, which requires, you know, having a Google account. But my Google account and my phone's Google account are two different accounts and cannot be merged. And if I were to log into, say, my primary Google account on my phone, everything on my phone might be in jeopardy. So that's, like I can't really do Google Authenticator because of that. Everything's just fucking sketchy. Basically what I would have to do is I would have to copy or take like everything off of my phone, and I mean everything. I would have to copy all the notes, or like all the documents, all the pictures, anything I want saved on my phone. I'd have to copy or move to my computer. And basically delete off of my phone. And then I could do something like install Google Authenticator, you know, sign my primary Google account into my phone, install Google Authenticator, and then there wouldn't be an issue. It's just a lot of work. And it's a lot of work to move everything over. I would need to access Google Sheets on my computer by accessing the web page that it's posted on. And copy all of those that I've made. Everything on the SD card should be safe because it's extra storage. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to, I hate the idea of having to do that, but I think I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to have to take all the files and stuff and move them off. I guess I don't need to stop here for fuel on the way back. I still have over 200 liters. I can absolutely get to the fuel station within that. Especially with the additional path alterations that I've adjusted for. It's just getting from the kiosk to the fuel station in the southwest part of the map, bypassing the block posts. That's where I need extra fuel. But being able to use the asphalt on the way back, that fixes a lot of issues. Yeah, we're almost to 3 hours, and we have 3 loads to take. So I'm probably not doing another video. Yeah, I'm not doing another video. This is going to take 4 hours. It's going to be a 4-hour stream at least, I think. Yeah, on top of that, if I stop by the garage, it tops me up to 200 liters. There's no way to have a fuel problem on the way back, short of I get really stuck for an extended period of time. Yeah, this thing turns better when you turn all-wheel drive off. Gives you a tighter turn. We'll need to turn left here. Seashore ended up being a much better map for one-star hardcore than I expected. I'm also kind of wondering how the skidder is going to perform at pulling logs. Because the skidder is also another vehicle with like large wheels. And if I use that to pull logs, instead of using the crane, I just, adapt another truck to using the crane instead. And maybe a third truck as a mobile fuel station. That might be the best solution, actually. That might be the typical way to play this on one-star hardcore, is just to use the K700 as a log puller. Yeah, we're at 150 liters, and we are almost to the fuel station. No problem. No problem. Okay, load 2. Let's get that first lumber mill finished. Why do I have Ozzy Osbourne's Bark at the Moon stuck in my head now? Okay. Notification. Like, I think I know why MudRunner log repetition, once you finally get it down, I think I know why it's better than SnowRunner. Specifically for the repetitive log transfer part. Number one, more densely detailed location. Look at all the bushes, look at the trees. Right? It's a more detailed, more good looking location that you have to drive through. Number two, it's not as difficult. This is 1-star hardcore, but at the same time, it is not as difficult a drive as, say, delivering long logs from Lake Cove all the way to a distant north part of Amandra. That was a horrendous fucking quest. This is a much better, much more relaxing trip once you figure out how to do it. Thing is, with Amandra, even when you figure out how to do it, it's tense and frustrating and just unnecessarily difficult and tedious. The tedium in this game, this part right here, just delivering like 4 loads of logs. Here in at least the map Seashore here, there's a sort of rhythm. There's a sort of a cycle that isn't terrible. And the same is true on a number of the maps. To low gear to get that differential lock working too. I'm just going to have to grin and bear it through this mud more times. Because I am not taking that lower path. I am not dealing with questionable underwater paths. Yeah, I think I'm going to start my video game timeline with MudRunner, because it's real easy to check everything in MudRunner. There isn't a whole lot of text, and you don't have to like do a whole lot to see it. All you got to do is like look at the vehicles and look at the stages, look at the dialogue for the challenges, and then maybe I'll go online and look up the back of the box. That's it. That's all you got to do for MudRunner. Yeah, I think next time I come through here, I'm going to have to go through the water. I need to go right around these upcoming trees. Yeah, I guess I'm going to also include non-canon events. The reason for that is there are entire games that are considered non-canon. we want to stay away from that blacker mud there. Anything like the mud that I almost got completely stuck in with this thing, then it's mud we want to stay the fuck away from. That right there. Let me put you this way: if this thing gets stuck, the other vehicles are not going to have a fucking chance to get through it. Now that I'm not towing a trailer, it's lighter, so I should be able to get through some of the mud a little bit easier. Drop off at the lumber mill, I can either go all the way back down and through this, or after I drop it off, I can go this, probably a shorter distance. And then the very last trip, I can just go back through that winding way. If the trip out of there wasn't too bad. Fuel up. With any luck, we'll only have to drive through this wide stretch of muddy shit one more time. That's already 3 hours, 24 minutes. This is a 4-hour stream. Or, oh, and there's all the Grand Theft Autos. Yeah, all the Grand Theft Autos happen on specific, like, years. Plus, they've got, like, books and characters and other lore. GTA 4 and 5 have TVs. And all of them have the radio stations. Yeah, there's going to be some event dates lost in there, too. This is going to be really interesting to, a real interesting project. How about if I just drive through the water? Hopefully when I'm coming back through here it'll be light. That darker mud again. I know where I'm at. Okay. Hey, Fuzzy. Oh, we're halfway. We're halfway to completion. Thankfully, not halfway time-wise. Burn, bridge. Meters. Good enough to get us to the other fuel station. get done, I'm gonna make myself lunch. Or maybe not at first. Kind of feel a little nauseous from the whole stress of the other trailer thing about my dubious future of residence. Ooh. Another interesting game series for the dates. The game timeline. Assassin's Creed. Because it takes place in both the various time periods in the past as well as the future. Character database might also be interesting too. You know, characters with like the same first name type thing. Go back through that slog. Third load. I forgot that spot turned into a slog. I've always got a winch out of it now. Drive as close as we can to the right side of this tree here. And Choice Wireless interrupts us. I was wondering when that was going to happen. I say when and not if, because it was going to fucking happen. Because my ISP is that goddamn bad. And checking stream strength. Stream is stable-ish. Oh. Oh, the game didn't even suspend. It crashed MudRunner. Thanks, Choice Wireless. You're a piece of shit. You cannot count on Choice Wireless to do speedruns. That's a fact. I was over here. I have to go through the slog again. I have to get stuck and winch myself out again. I don't know about you, but it kind of seems like deja vu to me. I feel like I've done this before. Here, turn to the right. To winch myself up over this pile of rocks here. Yeah, okay. That's twice now. How's the streaming speed? Streaming speed is normal. Okay, and it didn't crash me out of it. Okay. There's a little achievement lag in tying my profile. Get every achievement all at once. Okay, we are going to avoid that dark mud to the right. Avoid that dark spot. This time we're going to go through the water rather than trying to go over the hill here. Yep, much easier. Okay. I'm going to avoid this darker mud. We're going to head this way through the water. Go straight and refuel, and then we get to head north. I don't know if those are rocks or clumps of dark mud. I think those are mud. Avoid the darker patch. Be the last time we visit this fuel station. That's if everything goes smoothly on this trip. Let's follow the road. And we're only going to have to follow this end of this path once. As well. Still don't see the mill yet. Oh yeah, we're like 5 minutes off of 4 hours. Darker mud on the right side, slightly there. Just like that. Is that the lumber mill, or is that a house or sawmill? I think that's the, yep. Oh, lumber mill. Now what we're going to do is we're going to check out this path. We're going to see how viable it is to bring logs from the other direction. Metal Gear Solid series, yeah, Metal Gear series for the story, the timeline. I want to know at exactly what point it was possible for Ness to meet Solid Snake. You know, not in Smash Brothers. That's a problem spot right there. Couldn't be too bad. Going back this way. I don't even need to follow the mud, I don't think. You don't even need to follow the path at this point. Drive right across here. Didn't really save much in terms of fuel or time, but it made driving easier. And that does count. We are on the last round trip. Like we got flies. other one go? Yeah. Go get some water. Belle? Go get some water. Get some water and kibble. One down. One down. Go get some water. I hear you panting. It is kind of warm up here. Okay. Go fuel up, get our last load, and deliver it. And then I have to make a couple of Windows 10 repair sticks. So remember, this map is called Seashore. Right? Like that's supposed to be the highlight of the entire map is what it's called. Seashore. I mean, we're gonna go buy it on the. We went buy it on the way back, and we're gonna go buy it on this last pass. But it is far from the primary feature of this map. The dev would have done better instead of just having this like be across here, just to have part of it come down into a corner and be beach a good other like portion of the map. because so far our time with the Seashore has been less than 5% of this run here. A little too much to hope for. Oh my fucking god. At least it didn't crash the game. Stream is the speed it's supposed to be. Kicked me out of the crane. I need my spray bottle near me because flies are starting to like land on my legs and shit like that. Flying in front of my face. On my face. Off me. They'll land on my legs so I can shoot you with soapy water. Oh. These ones are, real skittish. I barely moved from about 3 feet away from where it had landed, and that was enough to get it to flee. These ones are going to be tricky. Gotcha. Shit. Don't know where it wandered. God damn it, Choice Wireless. I'm not even looking on the screen. I just know because I heard the sound dip out. Okay, well, I don't know where the fly went. It wandered off before I could grab it with paper towel. But I hit it. Okay. Stream speed is good. Choice Wireless is a piece of shit. Choice Wireless is a piece of shit. Choice Wireless is a piece of shit. This is an example of the service. I need to turn around. Boy, this was a major fuck up. Accidentally turning left instead of right. It took, what, like 5 minutes to turn around? At least. We're just gonna go back the last path out we took. We are so close to completing our task. West, go south, then we go west, and then we go north to the lumber mill. The ultra busy day that I was going to have has been pushed all the way back to tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm probably not going to be on. Oh. We didn't need no stinking garages. Oh. There is no text. There is no text for truck and location. Okay. Be down, 8 to go. 3 of those have achievements, the other 5 do not. And I do have to get the watchtowers in this one. But yeah, crossing is next. Doing the American Wilds maps with 1 star aren't going to be so bad, except maybe Mount Logmore. Grizzly Creek's a lot easier because it's got it like completely is encircled by asphalt, or at least road that's not too terrible. Crossing might be a little difficult though. Let's see, you know what? Let's not look at that. The reason for that is it gives me more apprehension to actually attempt it. Because some of these maps are difficult enough or sluggish enough that I don't even want to know ahead of time if like between streams what's coming up, because that gives me like stress. I'd rather take those maps on like head first and go, oh god, that's what I have to do. Because waiting for that instead of going, oh god, that's what I have to do before I do it, and then waiting a long time, builds up that stress and apprehension because I know I'm going to have to come back to that. So, yeah. Alright. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you for watching. See you next time.